Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. Let's go to Memphis. Almost forgot to do the tug test. Good morning, Kevin. Hey, who? Hey, Rusty. Hey, new guy. Yo, Phoenix. Hey, JR. Woof, woof. You're up awfully early, RO. You feeling okay, brother? Hello, cybertoxin. Hello, Char.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello?
can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah,
Hello.
works. So, what do I have to do?
Share your screen.
Um, should I play some YouTube video?
Sure. Why don't we
Okay.
play the short that got it all started?
The short.
Yeah. If you go to my channel, there's a short where Iridium Kush admits to being a bankrupt and a serial killer.
Lieutenant.
I think it's called New England Serial Killer Confesses or something like that. But it doesn't really matter what you play. So how's the new microphone sound on my end? I bought a new headset last night because you were bitching about my old one. So,
Yeah. Let's set this up.
oh, there's something popped up. Add to stage. And you're playing whatever video.
Did it work?
Look at your screen. I don't know if it's playing anything, but it's showing something. I don't know what you're doing, Charlie.
Select another video and try to play it.
Okay.
It only shows my desktop, but I don't know how to show YouTube. Let's see.
Okay. Hey, Cybertoxin, you want to come give a clinic on how to present slides? Because I don't know how to do it off the laptop, and you can't do it off the phone. But I know people do it all the time. Hello, Cyber.
Had to power up my laptop.
Ah,
So what you're trying to do?
well, Char is trying to present YouTube videos. He's might be doing the like the Blake roll of Blake and Pop for tonight's stream. And he's just put something else up, but he doesn't talk, so that's sort of difficult. Here we go.
Go dick.
So, Char, here's Cybertoxin. If you want to talk to him, he'll walk you through the process.
I think it worked. It's lagging badly on my end.
I can't tell if it played or not.
kind of device are you using, Char? I think there was a lot of lag there. It didn't really show anything.
Yeah.
What kind of device are you using?
Maybe you have to use cable instead of wireless.
Or maybe, I don't know. Cyber, do you want to present the, videos for us? Because Dak is up at his cabin, and I'm working off of my phone always. But for tonight's stream, would you like to present the videos and just do the share screen from yours? Because it looks like Char's having some problems.
Yeah, let Cyber do it.
And StreamYard's a fucking bitch of a program anyways. And on top of that, Char, we're getting all kinds of background noise from your end.
I have nothing on. Well, let Cyber do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump off.
Okay. Thanks for
Later.
trying, brother. I appreciate it. I'll find somebody to do it.
I didn't realize I was muted. I was saying, yeah, I can do that if that's what you need.
Yeah, that would really be helpful. Can we give it a test run?
Sure. I'll need Char to send me the videos that he's wanting to present.
He was just going to present the videos that we tell him to. He doesn't have any videos himself that he was going to present.
Okay.
So just any video that we're not going to use tonight. It doesn't matter. Mr. Rogers. I always love Mr. Rogers.
You want to play your favorite one, or all three of them, or what?
Just my favorite one, I guess. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted to make sure it worked. How's my audio quality?
The sound's good. There's some random farting sounds that come through, but I'm pretty sure that's normal.
Random farting sounds. Sounds like I'm
Yeah,
incontinent.
but I've noticed on StreamYards that with some people, occasionally there's like a big feedback of
Yeah.
bass, and it'll sound normal, and then like the bass will go way down on something. I
Okay.
don't know if it's an issue with latency in the audio, with some kind of feedback or something. I really don't know, but I've noticed that happen on a few different accounts. Yours does it quite often.
I figured it was because I was driving, but I guess. Then I
So
also
there,
just switched headphones today.
well, there's another guy who goes up on another panel. Pretty much every time he goes up there, it does it. It's like some kind of haunting bass note that comes through every 5 seconds. It's
Oh.
it's pretty odd.
You know, human beings learn best and most from other human beings. That's all part of being human. And we learn best from people who really care about us.
She says, I do believe that the combination of Mr. Rogers saying you are special and Sesame Street, you need to be entertained to learn, and Dr. Spock, lack of discipline and no spanking, were three of the worst influences on child rearing.
Gentlemen, by coming after me, you may well have destroyed what slim chance you had for your survival.
It hurts me to see how corrupted you are.
Corrupted?
That is a most illogical attitude.
It's you I like. It's not the things you wear. It's not the way you do your hair. But it's you I like. The way you are right now. The way down deep inside you. Not the things that hide you. Not your fancy chair. That's just beside you.
What's your favorite thing about a masquerade?
I don't know. The masks?
I love the masks. Did you see the guy
I feel like
that...
I'm wearing a mask all the time. 24/7, I'm hiding my true self from the world. I'm scared to show the universe who I really am because the universe may reject that man and send him back through the misshapen orifice from whence he sprung.
But it's you I like. Every part of you. Your skin.
I love this video.
Eyes, your feelings. Whether old or new. I hope that you'll remember even when you're feeling blue. That it's you I like. It's you yourself. It's you. It's you I like. And that's true. And you'll find that the people who love you best are the ones you learn the most from. And the more they teach you, and the more you learn, the better feeling you have about yourself and the world we live in.
Did it ever occur to you they might react emotionally? With anger? Doctor, I'm not responsible for their unpredictability. They were perfectly predictable. To anyone with feeling.
Emotional management. Very important.
It's such a
It's Emotional management.
Know you're
Isn't that a
alive,
component
such a
of
happy
emotional
feeling
intelligence?
growing inside, and when you wake up, ready to
There's
say,
no such thing.
I think I'll
I
make
know. I
a
know.
snappy new day. It's such a good feeling, a very good feeling, the feeling you know that I'll be back when the day is new, and I'll have more ideas for you, and you'll have things you'll want to talk about. I will too.
When we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community.
Community children.
I'm tired of hearing people who have long ago set aside the concerns of childhood, telling everybody what children really need. I'll tell you what children need. They need adults who will protect them from the ever-ready molders of their world.
Yep.
Well, it appears that it's working.
Yep. That blew me away when I heard Kamala say that.
Yeah.
Like,
But
community
it's
children?
surprising.
Are you serious? No, not at all. She's a fucking Marxist.
But it takes a village to raise a child.
What a Marxist actually is not some bleeding heart that wants utopia. What a Marxist actually is someone who is trained in destroying established society. Destroying established and functional society. So that's what Marx was really about.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of his play that he wrote called Manuelo? Or not Manuelo, Elunam or something like it's some kind of anagram of the word Manuelo.
I have not.
Ulanem is what it's called. Ulanem. Manuelo is the name in his language for Emmanuel.
I have not heard of that play.
He's a wicked, satanic man. He just wanted to destroy everything. And that's why he came up with the Marxist theory. Not because he believed in it, but because he wanted other people to believe in it in order to create an antithesis to what God has made. The antithesis to anything good.
Yeah.
One of his favorite quotes came from Mephistopheles from the play, the book by Wolfgang von Goethe called Faust.
Oh,
You familiar
one of
with
my
Faust?
favorites.
Yeah. And Mephistopheles said, I am the spirit that negates, and rightly so, for all that comes to be deserves to perish wretchedly. 'Twere better nothing had existed. Marx had that spirit.
Yeah. Boy, there's so many good lessons in Faust. But
Have you ever read the Screwtape Letters by C.S. Lewis?
yes.
Kind of reminds me of that. JR wants me to play the other Mr. Rogers.
go for it.
Children don't start out one thing and then change into another. No. A girl baby doesn't change into a boy baby. And a boy baby doesn't change into a girl baby. And people don't change into animals. And animals don't change into people.
Now, we were discussing sex when we did the takeoff in your show. Did you ever start, or are they too young for that? You ever get into...
That's where they learn the differences. Because sometimes children think that they might change. They might have to change after a while. And, you know, we laugh about that now.
Oh, no, you guys were just not, like, it was just a funny moment when Andrew asked what was my gender. I was just,
Happens frequently out here.
What is your gender? My gender. I'm a mechanic. Mechanic. That is your gender, yeah.
Isn't that silly?
What's your age range, would you think, to watch the show?
Mostly preschoolers, but I hesitate to say that because there's many older people who watch.
Absolutely.
But there's a song called Everybody's Fancy.
That's right.
Some are fancy on the outside.
So what is this right here?
The pelvis.
Some are fancy on the inside. Yes, sir.
It's the only bone in the body that's gender specific.
Everybody's fancy. Everybody's fine. Your body's fancy, and so is mine.
Which means it's different in boys and girls.
Boys are boys from the beginning.
Is it?
Yes.
If you were born a boy, you stay a boy.
The pelvis' job to protect the organs used for digesting and reproduction.
Girls are girls right from the start. If you were born a girl, you stay a girl and grow up to be a lady.
Which means going baby.
Only girls can be the mummies. Only boys can grow up and be the daddies. Yes, sir. Everybody's fancy. Everybody's fine. Your body's fancy, and so is mine.
Imagine that!
I almost peed on myself.
I hate this! I hate what you've done to us! I hate what you're doing to us! I hate you!
I think you're a special person. And I like your ins and outsides.
My pronouns are she, her, they, them. We need real solutions instead of bullshit thoughts and prayers. We demand housing. We demand healthcare. We demand reparations for the black community. You all have blood on your hands. I yield my time. You!
Everybody's fancy. Everybody's fine. Your body's fancy. So is mine.
Fancy that.
Fancy that. I'm going to be so happy to get out of Illinois. I fancy myself into Missouri pretty soon.
Here's one for anger management.
Oh, good.
For anybody that's got a hard time dealing with the mad that they feel.
What do you do with the mad that you feel when you feel so mad you could bite? When the whole wide world seems oh so wrong and nothing you do seems very right? What do you do? Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go? It's great to be able to stop when you've planned a thing that's wrong and be able to do something else instead and think this song. I can stop when I want to, can stop when I wish, can stop, stop, stop anytime. And what a good feeling to feel like this and know that the feeling is really mine. Know that there's something deep inside that helps us become what we can. For a girl can be someday a lady, and a boy can be someday a man. What do you do?
I've been terribly concerned about the graphic display of violence which the mass media has been showing recently.
And they're still doing it.
And
Yeah, they get more and more and more.
for your protection and support of your young children. There is just so much that a very young child can take without it being overwhelming.
Mr. Rogers is certainly one of the best things that's ever happened to public television, and his Peabody Award is testament to that fact.
I'm constantly concerned about what our children are seeing. And for 15 years I have tried in this country and Canada to present what I feel is a meaningful expression of care.
Canada, eh?
People must not fight other people.
These experts are saying that the kids of today who grew up with Mr. Rogers were told by him, you're special.
Because that's the part of you that allows you to love your neighbor.
He didn't say, if you want to be special, you're going to have to work hard. And now all these kids are growing up and they're realizing, hey, wait a minute.
Yep, you need to know your letters to be able to read some of these signs. I have a puppet that I want to show you.
And Liz, let me ask you something about what we've been discussing for the last 3 hours.
There's
Mr.
the
Rogers
puppet.
and the narcissistic society that he gave birth to because he told every kid that they were important. They'd have to earn their importance and their success and that they were important.
This puppet has a big mouth with teeth.
And he's still on.
Who, Mr. Rogers?
His philosophy
No,
destroyed
that
a generation.
guy that's on Fox and Friends.
Oh,
And he's still
Are there
being a
things that
puppet.
make you angry?
Well, I'm supposed to be a pretty tough guy, and this is the first time I've had goosebumps in the last 2 days.
Could I tell you
Oh,
the words of one of the
Fox
songs
and Friends
that I feel
is
very
is
important?
complete propaganda too.
This has
Oh,
to
yeah.
do with that good feeling of control, which I feel that children need to know is there. And it starts out, what do you do with the mad that you feel? And that first line came straight from a child. I work with children, doing puppets and very personal communication with small groups.
What do you do with the mad that you feel when you feel so mad you could bite? When the whole wide world seems oh so wrong and nothing you do seems very right? What do you do? Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go? It's great to be able to stop when you've planned a thing that's wrong and be able to do something else instead and think this song. I can stop when I want to, can stop when I wish, can stop, stop, stop anytime. And what a good feeling to feel like this and know that the feeling is really mine.
Know that there's something deep inside that helps us become what we can. For a girl can be someday a lady,
And a boy can be someday a man. That's important. You know it's important, don't you?
You know,
What do you do with the mad that you feel when you feel so mad you could bite?
some of those Mr. Rogers videos that I recorded off of YouTube are no longer there.
Fancy that.
Yeah. They probably got struck down for copyright. And it happened right at the time, like maybe a couple months or so after I started sharing this, which was around the same time that a lot of other people were sharing what he said about only boys can be the mommies, or the daddies. Only girls can grow up and be the mommies.
Yep.
The people that own the copyright to it were probably either coaxed, threatened, or otherwise incentivized.
Well, welcome to Missouri, motherfuckers.
And they had to crack down on it.
Well, I don't remember which, if he was ABC, NBC, or CBS, but those are all three very woke corporations.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they own the copyright on it.
I think it's PBS.
I know in the later days he was on PBS, but back in the beginning he was like on one of the major networks.
You know, I watched a congressional session or hearing that they had for PBS and NPR, where they were talking about how they're receiving federal funding, but they're basically allowing people who teach hate against our country to broadcast their stuff, allowing people that spread this gender ideology and confusion to reach out to children, and taxpayers shouldn't have to fund that.
Right.
And you wouldn't believe how many people referred to Mr. Rogers receiving federal funding for his show as if it would somehow equate what they're doing now to what Mr. Rogers was doing.
So they want that analogy to be drawn. That's what they want. They can't stand the fact that people see them as degenerate and disruptive to society, detrimental to the future of our country. They want to be seen as a wholesome, nurturing, wise individual like Fred Rogers. And it drives them insane that they're reviled.
Well, they shouldn't do reviling things.
I agree. You know, that's kind of one of the things that the subject of our show tonight doesn't understand. You know, he's a local representative of what is wrong with modern society.
Yeah. Well, on that note, even though I'm wanting to share this one tonight, it's worth playing twice, and it is.
But before you get started with that, speaking of getting started, you know that heavy metal song that you made?
Yeah.
I would like to use that to start the show
Okay.
and have that playing while we're waiting for the audience to fill up. I usually just start the show and start talking, but tonight we're going to do it like everybody else does and have some bump music at the beginning.
Me canten Denise. The
Yeah.
tank is clear. I was thinking about adding some English subtitles to it.
That'd be all right.
It says my account is in the red or in the negative. My tank is empty. The dog is starving.
I don't speak German, so I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. I thought it was a good song, though.
It's got a good sound.
Yeah, I think the English subtitles make it even better.
Okay. I'll do that. But this right here is very much converse to what Mr. Rogers taught. Looking at a lot of people that are just out there thinking that they don't have everything that they need because they don't have everything that they want.
Yeah.
When you get your wants and your needs mixed up, you pretty much open yourself up to big glittering phrases and mishmash of empty promises and propaganda. Politicians really feed on that. They'll
That's
say,
a good way to put it. Open yourself up.
They'll say, hey, I've got the ability to provide you with what you need now that I've convinced you that what you need is really what you want. And all you have to do is give me the power to do it. Like, what kind of fucking sense does that make? If somebody is trying to appeal to you in order to get you to empower them to do something for you, that should be understood as you already have the power to do it for yourself.
Well, you're discounting the lazy factor.
Yeah.
You know, people would rather be handed things, even if it's something they could do themselves.
That's part of the demoralization. That's why that's the initial phase of subversion. You gotta convince them that they're down and out and unable so that they'll look up for someone else to do it for them. And they say, all you gotta do is give me your power and give me your money and I'll turn it into what you need and slice a little bit off the cheese every fucking time it changes hands. Like they do with our tax money.
Yep.
I'm bitter. I'm gonna make it all better.
fill you all up to the top. 'Cause I can give you everything that you need. Well, all you really need is what you think you'll never be. Just pick a fruit from any tree and pray. It doesn't make you bitter. I'm ugly. I really wanna be pretty. I'm angry. I just wanna be kind. I'm empty. Someone has stolen my heart and my soul, and I think I just lost my mind. Ooh, all you really need, all those things you'll never be. Just pick a goddamn fruit from any tree and pray it doesn't make you bitter. I'm lonely. I really wanna be happy. I'm hungry. I just wanna be fed. I'm just me. Did you think I should be someone else? Well, I think I'm better off dead. All you'll ever need is what you know you'll never be. So come and take a bite right out of me and pray. Oh, help me pray. It doesn't make you bitter. Bitter. I'm so bitter. So bite me, just bite me.
Yeah, just bite me.
Bite me like an apple.
I wrote all the words to that and the chord progression and the rhythm to it, and then I gave it to Suno as a prompt. And
Right.
told it to make a heavy metal cover, and I got a whole bunch of them. Some of them were absolute trash, and that right there is a Frankenstein of 3 different recordings. Most of it is all from one, but I wanted a heavy bass intro, so I had to kind of Frankenstein that to where from one of them that had the heavy bass intro, another that had a good transition from the bass intro into the metal rhythm and sound. I had to slightly alter the tempo of it and the pitch just a little bit in between to get them to match up. Spent about half of my monthly credits on Suno doing that one. And the other one, the German one, that just kind of fell into my lap. I didn't even prompt it to do anything in German. I just wrote custom lyrics, right? And the lyrics that I wrote were in English. I wrote, "I'm broke." That's all I wrote. I'm broke, heavy metal, German style. And it actually gave it to me in the German language.
It's almost right, Rammstein, you know.
Yeah. Something I've noticed about Suno is that it doesn't have a proper understanding or focus on music theory because it's got such a big range. You know, so much information that's in the program that it gets a little confused sometimes. It's like, is this what you wanted? No, that's not even a fucking song. That's modern mishmash bullshit. You know, that. You'd be surprised how many of the songs I trashed of Bite Me that had really good sound and the lyrics were timed even better compared to, you know, according to the prompt that I gave it.
Right.
But the singer's voice sounded like a fucking boy band or pop band or something. Or one of those whiny punk rock singers. It's like, man.
That's two words I never thought I'd ever fucking hear together. A whiny punk rock.
But they ruined punk, man.
I would have to say Green Day ruined punk.
Yeah. And they did it nice and slow too. A slow boil. I mean, not Green Day themselves as the slow boil, but over the years. I mean, I don't know about Blink 182. I don't even know if I'd call them punk rock.
No. They would call themselves punk rock, but they've never been punk. Just like Linkin Park was never metal. They called fucking Linkin Park heavy metal. It's never been metal.
Nope. They had some good music, but it wasn't metal.
No.
You know, they called...
Say that again?
Jethro Tull.
Oh, yeah. They chose the heavy metal album of the year for Crest of a Knave. And Ian Anderson was fucking laughing about that. He's like, I didn't think we're metal.
I mean, grow your hair out and bang your head while you're playing a flute. That doesn't make it metal.
No, and if you think about it, Jethro Tull predates heavy metal. Or I guess he was simultaneous to its inception, but they were definitely never a metal band. More of a progressive rock band. They're more prog rock. It's like, I love Rush, but Rush is not metal either.
Yeah, we need more categories.
Yeah.
So let's stop doing that.
You know, we need to stop people from taking known categories and applying them to things that they are not. You know, it's the same that's gone on, like with our little corner of the manosphere. We have people applying the concepts of men going their own way, but getting away from why men are going their own way. They're trying to say that a guy that wants to chop off his penis is a man going their own way by becoming a woman. I actually heard the term trans MGTOW come out of Bullets for Teeth's fucking mouth. And it was fully supported by Iridium Kush. The concept of trans MGTOW. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything more gynocentric that a man can do than to pretend he has a vagina, whether that be just by dressing up or going all the way through surgery. That is absolutely gynocentric, and a lot of it comes from a spirit of envy. You know, guys who see women getting special treatment, they say, hey, I want the special treatment. I want to join the club. What do I need to do to join the club? The fucking feminist club.
Yep.
You know, feminists absolutely want men to pretend that they're women because that lowers a standard that they can't meet. But if you blur the lines, people that are trying, females that are trying to reach a standard of what it is to be a man, can more easily seem to do so if that standard has been lowered or if that line has been blurred to not actually represent a pinnacle of masculinity.
Well, it's also a indicator that the individual, which is, to stand out as an individual, requires that you embrace individualism and you don't have to rely on society to hand you your status. And somebody who doesn't have that sense of self is more susceptible to, being manipulated by the feminists and being manipulated by the media.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why they've been putting kids through struggle sessions in their schools for the last 20 years. There was a short book or expose, or I don't really know what to call it, written in 2001 by a guy named David Halperin. Wait, no. That was Saint Foucault. David Halperin wrote Saint Foucault. He was basically trying to justify that kind of sexual deviance. What I'm thinking of was written by a guy named Kevin Kumashiro. It's called Addressing Resistance to Anti-Oppressive Change. And in that...
That's some word fucking salad right there.
Yeah. In that, he's talking about basically putting kids through struggle sessions. I'm trying to look it up. I switched the SD card on my tablet yesterday, so it's not there. I gotta find it on my phone. I don't even know where to look, really.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's fine.
I think it's in commies. Yeah. Against repetition, addressing resistance to anti-oppressive change. Pages 74 and 75. He says, repeating what is already learned can be comforting and therefore desirable. Students learning things that question their knowledge and identities can be emotionally upsetting. For example, suppose students think society is meritocratic, but learn that it is racist. See the wording that he used there? Students they think society is meritocratic. Well, society can pretty much be whatever it's been molded to be. But the reality is that life is meritocratic, whether society goes along with that or not. And he says, but then they learn that it is racist, using the word learn as if that's the reality, it's a fact. Or they think that they themselves are not contributing to homophobia, but learn that in fact they are. In such situations, students learn that the ways they think and act are not only limited but also oppressive. Learning about oppression and about the ways they often unknowingly comply with oppression can lead students to feel paralyzed with anger, sadness, anxiety, and guilt. So he's saying that people learn that they're bad and oppressive because they're white or because they're male. They're being taught this in the
because they're
school.
straight.
Yeah, and they're being taught this in the schools. And where is it that a lot of white males tend to vent their aggression in the most extreme and nefarious ways?
Well, the young ones, it's in school.
Yep. He said, learning about oppression and about the ways they often, I read that part, the anxiety and the guilt, it can lead to a form of emotional crisis. I know that I do not typically choose to do something with the expectation that it would make me upset, or at least not do so without good reason. So he's going to try and justify, and the preamble for it there is to suggest that he has good reason to suggest children be put through these struggle sessions. He says, not surprisingly, some educators choose not to teach such information or lead students to uncomfortable places. In fact, in response to my presentations on anti-oppressive education in conference, university educators and students have questioned whether it is even ethical to knowingly lead students into possible crisis by teaching them things that we expect will make them upset. Feldman suggests that learning through crisis is not only ethical, but also necessary when working against oppression. See, this situation of oppression, they've not actually, they've only implied it. They've not actually proven that it is so. They just keep suggesting it over and over. So people are acting out according to something theoretical. He says, entering crisis then, or what is unethical, she suggests, is leaving students in such harmful repetition. Entering crisis then is a required and desired part of learning in anti-oppressive ways. Of course, not all students will respond to a lesson by entering some form of crisis, nor will all students benefit from a crisis. So right there, he admitted to knowingly doing harm. If they won't all benefit from a crisis, then don't knowingly lead any of them into a crisis on purpose. But it gets even worse. He says, once in a crisis, a student can go in many directions, some that may lead to anti-oppressive change, others that may lead to more entrenched resistance. So there he's admitting that this practice he's suggesting will have a positive effect to some degree and a negative effect to some degree, which makes his theory oxymoronic. You just leave them the fuck alone. Right? Kids are going to be kids, and you try and get in there and push this ideology on them, knowing that it will lead them into an emotional crisis. And what happens if they graduate and then go off to live their life and they don't continue under your tutelage while they're in this emotional crisis? Well, they're fucked up for life. In the end of it, he says, therefore, educators have a responsibility not only to draw students into a possible crisis, but also structure experiences that can help them work through their crises productively. He's already admitted that it's hit and miss while they're subject to the tutelage of these struggle session teachers. But if they leave, go to a different school, or graduate, drop out, have an emotional breakdown, and don't go to school anymore, well, then how can the teacher teach them to work through the crises productively? They can't. And this was written in April of 2002. Is when it was published. And here we are 20 years later with 15 to 20-year-olds going through these emotional crises. We see more entrenched resistance, more and more and more entrenched resistance to what they're doing. We see more and more students resenting themselves and therefore everyone around them, hating life, hating school, hating their own country. And that's pretty much Marxist theory in practice.
No, I'd have, say that there have been people doing this for a lot longer than just the last 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
I would have to say as soon as the baby boomers entered the education industrial complex, that's when the seeds of this really started. And it was codified under federal law with Jimmy Carter when he started introducing national standards that promoted this type of bullshit.
Yeah, they know the effects of what they're doing. They're creating the pathology. They're encouraging the delusions and the dysfunction and the degeneracy so that the majority public will see the problem but not see the source of it. Or they'll see the symptoms and not see the source of the problem.
Yeah.
Because these people make money and gain a lot of power by soothing the symptoms. Like that quote I shared from Booker T. Washington. He was talking about race issues. So there's a certain class of race problem solvers that do not want the patient to get well, because as long as the disease holds, they not only have an easy means of making a living, but also an easy way through which to make themselves prominent before the public.
Yep.
They don't want the patient to get well because they don't want to lose their jobs. Physicians are for the sick, not the healthy. So what better way to improve your customer base than to spread fucking psychological disease,
Well,
mental disease?
You're old enough to remember what life was like before. What was the name of that stupid town in St. Louis? The hands up, don't shoot guy.
I don't remember his name.
Remember the riots they had under Obama, where this cop was getting the crap beat out of him by this giant fucking kid, and he shoots the kid.
Yeah.
And the kid had also just got done robbing a fucking convenience store by beating up the Asian owner of the store and taking a bunch of shit.
Yep.
Michael something or another.
Okay, Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri.
That's the one. Right? That to me, and I don't know if I'm correct in this, but to me anyways, as an outside observer, was the end point of racial harmony. Before that, we were pretty, we had a few blips after the death of Martin Luther King, like the Rodney King riots, but those were just blips. And those riots were put down hard. The people that fought against the riots, the rooftop Koreans, were idolized and not prosecuted. The National Guard was called out, and they fucking deployed Apache helicopters to fucking stop the riots. Compare that response to civil disobedience to what happened in 2020.
Yep.
The will to actually knock this shit down and stop it was not demonstrated by Donald J. Trump. And now we've got him in here, supposedly going to make everything better, when we know what's going to happen if Trump is even remotely successful. They're going to riot again, and he'll be once again powerless to stop it, because everybody will scream and cry and say he's fucking Hitler.
Yeah. Well, with the way media has been pushing certain narratives this time around, I believe they're trying to get white people to do that this time around. They need more white people on board the racial identity politics train.
Well, people are getting really fucking sick of the preferential treatment that's out there. This latest lady that you've seen the video of the lady that fucking went after the little thief and called him the N-word.
Yeah.
And was captured on video doing that. Here we have a tattooed fucking degenerate who happens to be a mother. Stoking racial tension. And just, 2 weeks before, we had a young black man stab a white fucking student to death at a track meet. You know, and this lady getting all this money from GoFundMe is a direct response to that young black man. We call him Carmel Tony here on this channel, but his real name's Carmelo Anthony. You know, but he got a reduced fucking bail for some reason when he got the right judge, and then his family raised $500,000 that they're proceeding to fucking squander and throw in everybody's face, and he's claiming to be the victim. This lady is also claiming to be the victim. That was the fucking 5-year-old stealing out of your, stealing toys. Did she need to fucking verbally castigate that 5-year-old? No, she did not. She was completely in the fucking wrong. She should have called him a thief, yes, but she should not have brought race into it.
Yeah.
You know, but she's, obviously fed up with the situation. And now she's getting sympathy for bad behavior. Just like Carmel Tony is getting sympathy for bad behavior. And the tribalism that is fucking growing and growing and growing is not good.
Well, that's why they have the special treatment. That's why they have such a lopsided enforcement of law. That's why they increase the amount of corrupt individuals in the police force and hotheads so that they can show that to the public, make everyone feel like they're victims, and then come and console them, pat them on the head, give them preferential treatment, as you stated. And that preferential treatment is on purpose because it incentivizes normal people to engage more in bad behavior as if it's normal or acceptable, because it appears to be. And the resulting consequences of increased bad behavior creates more problems that these politicians and bureaucrats can claim to have solutions for. And all you got to do is give them your power and they'll fix it all, even though they're the ones that fucking caused it, allowed it, or promoted it in the first place.
Yep.
I mean, being envious of someone who benefits from good behavior is bad enough. Being envious of someone who benefits from bad behavior, you see how that could go from not 0 to 60, but 60 to 600 real quick.
Yeah. When I was a younger man, I never actually felt the need to go around armed. There just wasn't the type of animosity out there that there is now. For no other reason than just being who you are, you automatically have a target on your back. Just by being yourself. It doesn't matter if you're wearing a red hat with white lettering that says "Make America Great Again." You know, that people are out there, and in large numbers, who feel that they are justified in fucking with you physically, as well as verbally and just because of the hat that somebody wears. I don't own a MAGA hat, but I know people that do, and they get fucked with. Look at what happened to Father Saunders. He was not allowed to vote because he was wearing a hat. And they made that law because people were so triggered by an article of clothing. And this is in a country that supposedly has freedom of speech.
Well, they made that law, and then they went even further and twisted the understanding and meaning of that law. That law is meant to prevent people from sharing blatant political partisanship in the place where everyone comes, so that there won't be any kind of conflict or violence break out between voters. But if you're wearing something that is not representing a political party, but representing an idea, and just because this idea is shared by one political party and resented by the other, doesn't mean that the idea is a politically partisan matter. Everybody should want America to be great. A lot of the dispute around that slogan is the again part. People say, oh, America is never great. Well, great is kind of a subjective matter, isn't it?
It really is.
It's a relative term, kind of like fast or slow. A good example is when I saw a snail on the back of a turtle going, wee! Or saying, slow down!
You'll kill us all!
The turtle's over there moving at about a mile a month. But what America has never been is perfect.
No.
So these people that have an idea of utopia, which means no place, because it doesn't exist, they'll say America was never great. Well, yes, it was, especially when you compare it to certain things. Like England in the 1300s or whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking miserable. The War of the Roses was not a good time to be alive. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people these days are really soft and cry about any type of discomfort like it's some kind of tragedy or travesty. Well, it's not nearly as bad as things used to be. Good times make soft men, don't they?
Yeah. Somewhat. I lived through a bunch of good times, and I don't feel that I'm soft. But
Well, it's kind of like the
I wonder if
saying.
my grandfather would agree.
I would think that most of the people preceding us were much harder. But again, hard and soft, those are relative terms,
Yeah.
somewhat subjective. But it kind of goes the same way as the saying, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There is a certain element that is absolute, and there's also a certain element that is not. Moderation keeps things in proportion. But, I mean, we've even become very lax in our communication and our understanding of language. The foremost tactic of the subverters is subversion of language. When you can't communicate or agree on terms, or when people mindlessly repeat and use terms to apply with a broad brush, then you get inevitably you get extremist thinking. Everybody's this or everybody's that. Everybody and their mama beat me with a wiffle ball bat.
Well, that's also the mindset of the communist is the groupthink. You look at groups of people and apply. If you're this group, you do X, Y, and Z. It doesn't. You don't see people as individuals. You dehumanize them and make them easier to attack. It's what countries have always done in times of war to the opposition. And we're seeing that being done on a daily basis with what do they call it? Intersectionalism. By turning all of these groups into bodies of political thought, they cease to be gatherings of individual people.
Right.
So if you're opposed to the thought, then you're opposed to the group. Therefore, the group needs to be punished. And any means necessary is okay.
Yep, that allows certain individuals to take a fountainhead position, a representative position,
Mm-hmm.
and say, oh, because I think this certain way, and the way I think is according to how I look, then I'm the representative of everyone that looks like me, and if they look like me but don't think like me, then it doesn't qualify. Good example is Larry Elder. People cry about how there's not enough black representation in this or in that, whether it's in movies or politics or whatever. Well, I mean, for movies, what about Denzel Washington? He's a great actor. He's had a lot of great movies, good characters. But because he doesn't think a certain way, he's just discarded as he's trying to act white. You know, he doesn't represent us because he's representing the white man. Same thing with Larry Elder in the political world. A lot
I
of
like
other
the
people.
way that Morgan Freeman handles people like that. He just tells them to fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, that's a prime example of how times have changed. You know, Morgan Freeman played God, and everybody loved it. Thought he did a great fucking job. Right? And
Absolutely. I don't remember
people are
anybody
saying
crying.
no. And people are saying, "Oh, it was so oppressive back then." No, he made him the supreme fucking being of the universe, the creator of all, the judge of all. And did we give that role to a white man? No, that role was taken by Morgan Freeman, and he did a great job in that movie. And they claim that there's racism. I don't think so. There is fucking racism out there. It does exist. There are assholes. There will always be assholes. But from the fucking end of the 1960s through the beginning of the fucking 2000s, we had a lot of fucking harmony. We do not have that harmony anymore.
It still exists. They just put an emphasis on the contradiction, on the converse, accelerating the contradictions.
Yeah.
It's part of the demoralization process. And the goal of what they're trying to do is to make it to where people don't even look to any possibility of there being harmony, so that they'll, as one twisted man once said, embrace the darkness. That's just giving up. That's giving up. You embrace the darkness, you're giving up, you're giving into it. You can accept the fact that there is darkness, because if you don't, it's really gonna take a toll on you when reality strikes, because the reality is there absolutely is darkness. That doesn't mean you embrace it. You accept the fact that it exists, so that you're not surprised when the devil looks you in the eyes. But you push through it.
Yep.
Yeah, I really wish I had downloaded my live stream scary stories. I still have the script that I made, but that's one thing I never downloaded was my own live streams from my old channel.
I wish I had downloaded the live streams with Frank. I missed two things off of my old channel. One was some of my really early videos when I was living out at the homestead, and I had the animals. I got a video of bobcats. I had a video of the wild turkeys. I had video of the owls that I would have conversations with. There's some owls that are very vocal that live out of my homestead. And they'll hoot, and you can hoot back at them, and they'll hoot back at you. And you can talk to each other. I have no idea what I'm saying in owl, but apparently the owls found it highly entertaining. I'm wondering how, if I need to put like a screen covered enclosure over a place to piss out there for Sam, so he can go outside at night and not have to worry about being eaten. Because he's about the right size to be owl food. Then there's bobcats, which would definitely eat him. But bobcats generally tend to stay away from people. But I think if an owl saw the opportunity to snatch up a chihuahua, it would do so. So I miss my wildlife videos, and I miss Frank. The rest of my content I could care less about. The blind obedience to the Queen video, I've had people say, "Hey man, I really wish that one was still around."
Yeah, I do too.
The whole submission to good mother thing just sort of rubs me the wrong way. I don't understand why people, and the majority of the brothers actually do that.
Some people have a fascination with vipers. And out of those, some of them end up bit and dead. It's worth noting that there's a difference between a poisonous creature and a venomous creature. Poisonous creatures usually have bright colors and stand out in their environment. And their bright colors, they're standing out in their environment, are to kind of defend themselves against predators and tell people that they're poisonous. So if you touch them or if you eat them, you'll get sick. Venomous creatures are usually ambush predators that blend into their environment. And if you don't learn to recognize their patterns and say, hey, that's not a pile of leaves, that's a gaboon viper.
Yeah.
If I walk too close to it and it's in a mood, it's gonna bite me. And I'll start bleeding out of my ears and eyes and die in less than 5 minutes.
Yep. Yep.
But sometimes what it takes, as we saw from Bullets and Kush both, they don't care about the venomous creature biting and poisoning and killing anything around them as long as they're not the ones getting bit. But when they themselves get bit, then it's a problem.
Right.
Anybody that's going to bite someone else will bite you too if the mood strikes them. Anyone who's going to gossip to you about someone else behind their back, they'll gossip about you to someone else behind yours.
Oh, absolutely.
It's only a matter of time. But like I've said to you at least once before, I'd rather someone lie about me than have me convinced of a lie. Did that come through? My screen froze a bit.
Yes, it came through.
If someone's gonna go on the attack and make up all kinds of shit or anything about me just because they know I see them for who they really are, I'd much rather have it that way than deceive myself and follow the comfortable lie.
I just can't wrap my head around why a ideology and a philosophy designed and promoted to protect men from gynocentrism would allow itself to be partially usurped by a woman. To guide the conversation, to promote assholes like Bullets for Teeth and Kush. Because that's where they had their original exposure to the masses. Where they were at one time part of the inner circle of Good Mother. they all came from that place. That's where they came up from. That's how they gained the prominence that they had.
She is a magnet for narcissists.
Oh, she's a manipulator is what she is. She gets people who will promote her vision. And she sits back and encourages them to do just that. And then if there's any problems, it's them that take the heat.
Swords and shields, man. Swords and shields. Just a utility. That's all we are to them. It's very typical. Fucking Munchausen syndrome.
You know, and I have many good friends who still regularly go over there and do a lot of stuff. And I don't fucking use that as a basis for my friendship with people who go over there. I just personally find it interesting that, you know, they supposedly share the same philosophy as I do, but they don't really. Not to the absolute degree that I do. Am I wrong because I'm in the minority on this? I don't know. Maybe I am.
It's a narrow path.
I don't think that you should exclude women entirely from your life, but when, you know, the subject of men's oppression and male subjugation to the gynocentrism that's out there, why would you listen to the very gender that is oppressing you?
Stockholm syndrome? I don't know.
I don't know either. You know, and I had people that I thought were actually really good friends abandoned my channel because I opposed pedophilia. And that was encouraged by Good Mother. Oh, you don't need the drama in your life, she would say. Well, just because I'm attacking one of your lieutenants for being a pedophile, because at the time Kush was one of her lieutenants, I lost contact with some really guys their company, and they won't be back. There's others who have really good hearts, like Father Saunders here, who loves to go over there to Good Mothers, but Saunders is his own man. And that's the difference between him and some other guys that just don't come around anymore. And they claim it's to avoid drama, and that whole avoiding drama thing stemmed from the fact that the well was poisoned. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm articulating it very well.
Oh no, I understand.
But am I going to go running and crying and calling to them and talking shit about them? No, I'm not. I don't do that. But I consider Father Saunders to be a good friend. And he's over on Good Mothers all the time. So I'm not opposed to those people, as individuals. I don't treat them like a group. I hope that I'm back.
Yep.
Cyber Toxic's not yet, because I'm in a really shitty area. All right. Are you back now?
Yep. I'm here.
I dropped for a second. You know, I don't tell people who they can associate with. I do have strong opinions about who MGTOW is for and who should be involved in making the decisions about the philosophy. And it's not women, and it's not and it's not the alphabet mafia. And I don't let those people on my show. But I don't tell other content creators what they can fucking do on their shows. If I have a difference of opinion in how I run my show between how they run their shows, that's all it is a difference of fucking opinion. You know, we've got FagTow in here right now. Thanks for the views, brothers. Appreciate it. And I have a question for you guys. Susette Hui? Welcome to Arkansas, motherfuckers! So, Fagtao, you're writing in Russian. Susette Hui? You know what that means?
No.
It means why suck dick. That was inspired by Seraphin's questions the other day. They think they're using Russian as a power language. These fools believe that Vladimir Putin is their savior.
Interesting.
If you love Russia so much, go there and live. I lived overseas. I know how to do that. Go and live. Experience it for yourself. But you won't do that because, well, deep down in your hearts, you're all pussies. And you don't want to give up the good parts about living in the United States. And there are good parts about living here. But there were good parts about living in Eastern Europe, too. But I challenge you to feel comfortable taking a shit in a public restroom in Ukraine or Russia. I challenge you to try that. And you have no fucking idea what I'm talking about because that doesn't fucking make it onto your little propaganda videos.
I think it's interesting that people who admire Putin so much automatically believe that the people they hate are some kind of Zelensky supporters.
Well, that's all. Because they only know dichotomy.
Yeah. Just extremist thinking, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a simple argument for simple minds. You know,
Another example would be if you're not a lone wolf completely shunning any and everybody around you, then you're a collectivist.
Yeah.
Right? It's an affordance trap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these people aren't in a position to decide for anyone else that those others are limited to one option or the other. I shared a good example of that on my community page on my last channel. That woman that was promoting abortion, saying, well, if you're against abortion, then you must be okay with babies being thrown in dumpsters. But where the fuck do you think they throw the babies they abort?
Well, they don't throw them away. They sell them to the drug companies for fucking raw materials to make cosmetics and medicines and all kinds of other things.
Right, collagen and stem cells and such.
Yeah.
But on that community post, I said, I'm not limited by those options. I don't want babies to be aborted, and I don't want babies to be thrown in dumpsters.
I
You
would
can't say
prefer it if
that.
we did not murder babies.
Yeah, that'd be much better. Oh, well, you just must want women to die then, because women can die, you know, due to complications in pregnancy, especially with ectopic pregnancies. Well, in the case of an ectopic pregnancy, that baby is not going to live. It makes no sense to force the mother to die with her baby growing outside of her womb.
Well,
You know,
they always go to the corner cases. They never ever
yeah.
go with the normal reason for abortion, which is convenience as a means of post facto birth control.
Yep, if there were as many cases of ectopic pregnancy as they suggest, by using that to cover up what we're really talking about, then that would be a whole other issue that would need to be addressed. Why are so many women, why are millions of women conceiving pregnancies that grow outside of their womb? You know, this is a problem. And
Well, the answer is they're not.
right.
It's just like, why would a supposed true MGTOW decide he wants to fight the entire fucking online community about a segment of the population that is only there in prominence because of a political party? I'm talking about the quote-unquote trans MGTOW. Why is a supposed stand on his own guy who will stand up for no normal man standing up for a lunatic who wants to cut his own penis off? And
well, according to his logic, if you're standing up for anyone else besides yourself, it's because you're a collectivist. So, according to that logic, maybe it's because he's a collectivist. I mean, I don't know. I'm just taking a guess here. Not applying any logic of my own, I'm just a dumb mouse brain.
Yeah, I'm just a stupid lorry driver.
With a big belly and lots of flatulence.
That's correct.
You know, and we've been socially conditioned to think this way. In what way? Oh, in a way that society comes to reject us and treat us as pariahs. You know, that's what society conditioned us to be? I think not.
Morning, Ian. Well, another thing is by rejecting external validation, why do I even give a shit what anybody thinks of me? And the answer is I don't. I knew as soon as I started making videos, people would make fun of my weight because I chose to show my face and my body. So I chose the pig as my avatar because it's it's a middle finger to everybody who comes after me for those physical traits. Because I really don't care.
And just lean into it.
Yeah. Just like the black folks did with the word, the N word. They made it their own. That's a good strategy. Yes, Ian, it is early. But we have a rush delivery. And I'm getting a bonus.
Well, there are some people who get fatter as they get older because in their prime, they had a lot of muscle. And some people know how to tell the difference between a saggy sack of potatoes and someone whose muscle turned into fat as they became less active. Some people don't.
Well, and at the end of the day, it was my decisions that made me who I am. Nobody twisted my arm and told me to eat. And if a man is making fun of another man for being fat and calling him ugly, that says more about the person who is making those accusations. Why would a man care if I'm ugly? Well, it's because they see me as a sexual object.
Ugh. Brother, ugh.
Exactly, brother,
What's that?
Well, if you follow, the shaming technique, which originates from females, then you have to have a reason for it. And I personally don't want to have sex with a man. So I am happy that they find me unattractive.
Well, not only does that type of shaming originate from females, coincidentally, it only works on bitches.
Yeah. You hear that, Sam? It ain't gonna work on you. But Sam, your mom was a bitch.
It's in the emotional spectrum.
Yeah. Well, if you've rejected external validation, it has no effect on you. You're indifferent to it. But I do wonder why people use it. I can understand why Miss Elite used it. She's a female, and I assume that she has normal female desires. And in her way, she was telling me that I was not a viable sexual partner for her. And I can accept that.
You
That's
weren't
valid.
disappointed? You weren't
I
disappointed?
was, I was her that she has of me. So that's okay. That's detente. We had mutually assured disgustion. We were mutually disgusted by each other, and that's okay. I don't mind that a bit.
You ever been noodling?
Yes, I have. But those were catfish I was trying to catch. I didn't take a airplane ride, get off the plane and look at somebody and say, "Oh, hell no," like Mr. Elite did. You know, and Mr. Elite complain about him all you want, but that guy is actually really living the MGTOW lifestyle. He has taken up a profession even more extreme than truck driving as far as saving money goes. He's a merchant marine. I don't know what he's building his wealth for, but the guy has dropped out of the YouTube portion of MGTOW and is truly living a MGTOW life. You know, that's another thing that people seem to forget is this online bullshit is not reality. This is entertainment and information. You don't need to be putting yourself out there and unless you have something to say.
Hopefully something constructive.
Yeah, hopefully something constructive. I started the MGTOW World Tour to give men a place to congregate with other men, free of the influences of women and the alphabet mafia. That is why I do my shows. The second reason that I do my shows is I wish to educate anyone who feels like they are in a position where they're hopeless, that there are options out there that you can take as an individual that will let you recover from financial hardship, even if everything seems like it's stacked against you. And even lowly jobs, you can find a purpose if you're treating it just as a job and not as a career. I took a look around when I got back from Ukraine, when I ran away from Ukraine at the beginning of the war. not my fucking war. I'm not going to fight for them. You know? But how can I do what I really want to do in life, which is to build airplanes? I fucking love fucking aviation. I have since I was a little kid. And I don't want to work for any fucking company ever again once I fucking get my nest egg all together. I've got my land, and now I'm saving up to build my dream shop and have enough equity to last until I get to retirement. I'm 2.5 years into a 5-year plan, and I'm on schedule to make my savings goals so that I can do everything without usury, without borrowing money. So that's also my MGTOW dream. Looking to, you know, go my own way. And I'm not going to work in aviation as an engineer because that involves going in and putting up with the bullshit of all office politics. And secondly, it's damn hard to find a fucking job after you're 50. People don't want to fucking hire you because you're really close to retirement, and they don't believe that you are worth paying as much as you think you're worth paying. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. There's a guy just started working with me. He was trying to talk to me about not getting paid enough in certain jobs. And I straight up said that working at a job where you feel you're not getting paid enough can be easily fixed. And I was saying this to him in Spanish. Said it can be easily fixed by leaving that job and getting one where you feel like you are being paid enough.
Yep. I like the job that I'm doing now because if you're willing to work, if you're willing to put in the hours, you can make a lot more money than somebody who treats it as a 9 to 5, 5 days a week. If you're willing to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning and drive those express routes and earn 15 cents extra of a mile, you're giving yourself a raise by being willing to work. I don't have to. I don't have to get up when I get up to do what I do. I just refuse to pass up an opportunity to make more money. I'm gaming the system. And I don't think there's enough people out there that are showing, you know, the work ethic that you need to get ahead in this day and age. Nobody's putting a fucking gun to my head saying, Brandon, get the fuck up. Do this shit. Day in, day out. Through all kinds of weather. And in all kinds of fucking conditions. But I have a goal in mind, and that's my goal for me. And that's why I'm doing it. I'm not, if you look at it like that, you're not really working for somebody else. You're working towards something for yourself. And I thought the brothers needed to see that, because I see a lot of the younger brothers, especially, unwilling to work because they have no goal. They don't know what they're working for or what they're working toward. I'm done tooting my own horn now. I know you know how to work cyber. You get up every day, there's a job, you go and fucking do it.
Yep, even with a busted rib.
Yep. You've never shared, and I've never asked why you get up every day and do what you do, even with a busted rib. But that's okay. It's not imperative that I know any of that shit. Because if you don't wish to share it, that's also your business. I'm not going to lose any sleep because I don't know what your end game is. Talk to us! Put on that thing! I really wish I could quit tobacco, though. I'm fucking weak. That's food and tobacco are my two big vices. You must not have to work today.
Nope.
I believe you've been up all night.
Well, I woke up feeling like I had slept 8 hours. This was about 2 o'clock or so, 1:30, 2 o'clock. I thought it was for no reason, but apparently not. Apparently there was a reason.
What was the reason?
What I'm doing right now.
Oh, okay.
first thing I did was open up YouTube. Saw you were live. I said, "Hey, I'll go here," and then I spoke to Who a little bit in the chat about how to help someone with dementia. So that was fairly purposeful.
Yeah.
And then I came up here and I mean, I know we've been shooting the shit, just hanging out for a little while, but there's also been some purposeful things that I've done up here. Information that was shared and things like that.
Yeah. Plus, we're a little more prepared for tonight's stream.
And I'm working on subtitles right now for the German. I've also changed the picture a little bit and added a background. The background of a Las Vegas pawn shop. Naughty, naughty.
Yep. Shit. Good morning, Chaos. Well, I've got about 25 more miles to go, and I'll be making my delivery where I'm going to drop this trailer, and some other eager beaver is going to grab a hold of it and take it the rest of the way. And that rest of the way is sort of a pun on what I'm carrying. Because right now, I have a truckload of whey.
Highway.
Yes. My way on the highway. It appears we have some trolls. Are our trolls funny trolls, or are they angry trolls?
I don't know, funny haha or funny strange.
Haha. I obviously can't read them because, well, I've got to keep this monster between the white lines here.
So the most recent troll is Femboytopia loves BBCs.
Ah.
He said he's looking for a big, strong gay bear to resize his rectum.
That's Riggs. Hi, Riggs.
Well, I'm gonna hop off here and finish these subtitles, and then try and get some sleep, so I'm not tired tonight.
Okay. Peace out, brother. Thanks for whiling away the miles.
Yes, sir. Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Well, things I like about Cybertoxin is I've never heard him tell anybody how to live their fucking life, or how to fucking do whatever. He does have strong opinions on things, but that's just it. Those are his opinions. And he doesn't even require you to share his opinions. But he'll still treat you with. That's another example for people to follow. Hello, Mr. Vero. I'm glad I'm close to the end of my run. I can read what the troll's writing. I love the fucking trolls. I love the trolls. How about now? Is that better?
When you come off this ramp, when you get level, slide your tires forward
Okay.
and not all the way back. Because there might be a tight squeeze at some of those spots back there. Are you picking up loaded or an empty?
Neither. I don't have another job lined up yet.
Okay. Um, if you are picking up one, there are several trailers that are loaded that need work done. So if you get one, stop in the office sometime today and ask if it's going to be worked on or something.
Okay. I'll be right with you all, brothers. I have to deal with a check-in here. the forward says. No, not that stuff. Don't drink it. Bad for you. Make you sick. All right, we are unhooked. I have one little thing to do here. All right. Okay, brothers. Let me turn this camera around. Turn a little light. Hi. And that's it for this morning. If I ever get another job, I'll be back on the road. If not, I'll be playing D&D. And then we'll have our stream tonight where we're going to raise money to help Iridium Kush get out of bankruptcy. So I would like to drive more, but that's not the way it's going to work today. Somebody else has to take the load that I was hauling the rest of the way today. It's got to absolutely be there. And, it's part of the business. Welcome to trucking. No marriage, no cohabitation, and no new children. That will keep you out of indentured servitude and usury because you're normal men and you like to fuck women. So help a brother out if you can. Like we're going to help Iridium Kush. And hopefully his golden age will be ahead of him, just like the golden age of MGTOW's in the future. So peace out, brothers. And I will catch you on the road later. Bye-bye.